Good morning, everyone. Welcome to more Grim Dawn. We are going to be using the newly buffed Voldrak weapon for this build. We're going to be playing a warder. The item now comes with buffs to upheaval, which is now a weapon pool skill instead of whatever the heck it used to be.
You're not looking to the bodies you will need.
So let's grab this note for, what, like half a level? Good morning, Prickly. A terrible sleep schedule. Sorry to hear that. It's always rough. Good morning, Susie. Welcome in. Good morning, Corn. Welcome in. Streak not broken yet. Very nice, Prickly. As you were saying. Prickly with the 7 stream streak, and then Susie shows off the 70. Perfect timing on that, Susie. Well done. Hey, welcome to Misu. Still need more scrap, so let's just keep pushing through Lower Crossing. The Avatar movie. This is a new movie, Miso. I'm assuming. I don't. I don't really keep up with almost anything pop culture these days. Alright, we've got the 5 scrap, so we can come back at some point. See if we get any of the shamans that want to drop a necklace for the resistances. Okay, there's one necklace. What is Paramount doing these days that would piss people off? Thanatos, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Starting a new SSF run. Two Slith necklaces. We need one more to get the ring. Should be very easily doable, but eventually we'll actually have damage, but we're not quite there yet. Now we're just smacking stuff with a two-handed thing. Also tough to click on the enemy right by the rift gate, but we 1-point blitz, we 1-point cadence, and here we go. Yeah, I think if you made 3 in the last couple days, you need to stick with something. Maybe just find one play style you like and roll with it for a little while. Alright, let's get some points in cunning. Oh yeah, the whole fact that you don't you can watch watch a movie at home instead of going to the theater, which is something that probably made sense during COVID. And yeah, going to a theater is in theory a cool experience if it's a good, especially one of the good kind of more modern theaters where you can go get actual good food. You can maybe get a beer or something. But yeah, I have no motivation to go to a movie theater anymore. I don't. I'd rather watch in the comfort of my home. It's a little sad because back in the day, going to a movie theater is a pretty cool experience, but the last movie I might have seen in theaters, maybe it was even the new Star Wars movie, Shudder. Force Awakens. I watched The Last Jedi when it came out on. It was available on Netflix or whatever it went to, and then I refused on principle to watch the one after that. Wow, only one affix on the Milton helm. Yeah, the fact that you have to, I mean, didn't used to be a problem. There used to be kind of a code for how you acted in a movie theater that was reasonably well enforced by patrons and even people who worked there. And now, like many other things, we are witnessing civilizational collapse and large-scale degeneracy. Yeah, I know a lot of people who generally find being overly social to be kind of tiresome. I don't mind it, but thing is just it's specifically stuff like going to a movie theater where people don't know how to behave. That gets annoying. Okay, we got some resistances. Very, very nice. Yeah, there's some of that, Miso. Some people being online too much.
Have slowed a creature. I need some time to plan our strategy.
I also think just as at some level, civilization is not what it used to be. And I know that's a little bit old man yelling at clouds, but I mean, it happens to be true, so
Captain saying you impressive. Well, this
Welcome in, Viley. Now you're pondering a gunner warlord. Well, look at it this way. If you play one, you won't have to spend an hour or whatever I spent farming my first sand spitter, because you'll have it in stash already. Although I think when I played, I did it SSF, which, yeah, don't do sand spitter SSF. Also, why are you in Forgotten Gods on a Fierce Trickster? Is there an MI I'm not thinking of there, or... Yeah, whatever. Yeah, I think parenting can be an issue. I think at least in the U.S., inability to discipline students at school is an issue, which makes it harder for teachers to maintain order in the classroom and teaches students that they can get away with anything. Want to open up the rep, fair enough. Yeah, let's Alright, we'll go Assassin's Blade, I think, then Turtle.
Good luck clearing out the well.
Greetings.
Yeah, there's a meme where it's like, in the old days, student comes home with a failing grade in a class, and the parents are basically just yelling at the student, well, yelling at the student like, "Why are you failing this class?" And now, student comes home with a failing grade, they go yell at the teacher.
Good, you're back. What am I? You've proven yours. Follow the road north.
Like, There's also very limited academic rigor in most schooling. I don't know if that's always been the case or if I just get bored easily and didn't find content challenging, but gosh, we do no damage. Okay, you know what? And you're getting healed. I'm just gonna leave. Yeah, that's I think right, Susie, but I think it's for me it's not that the teachers are responsible. It's like for doing it, it's that they don't have the ability in some cases to do it. That's sort of the problem. It's almost as if in some cases parents don't want to do it, and God help anyone else if they want to, which is a little troubling. But yeah, it 100% starts at home. And having good values. Like I remember moving back after I don't know how many people in chat knows what Enron is, but Enron was I think the most rated according to Fortune magazine, the most admired company in the world, something like 6 years in a row, and it turned out to be built on a massive pile of fraud. So after the Enron scandal broke, a bunch of things happened, and one of them was a lot of MBA, Masters in Business Administration programs said we need to have a business ethics course. And if you're going to get an MBA, typically you're at least 24, you've been out in the workforce for a couple of years. If you're 24 and you don't have a conscience, an ethics course isn't going to give it to you. So it's like the problem isn't that, you're not taking business ethics and that's why you want to commit fraud. The problem is because you're not a good person, and no amount of education is going to make you one. Say it ain't. We're ultimately going to be playing with the Voldrak's two-handed weapon, but yeah, leveling with Cadence at first little slow. All right. Confederacy. Deadly momentum takes a while to get to, doesn't it? Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely. I agree with that, Suze. It's parents. It's the parents' job to parent. The the legal doctrine in the U.S. is in loco parentis, which is that basically parents are trusting the supervision of their children to the school, but the school is not a substitute parent. So yeah, this is going to be slow for a little bit. Once we get a Voldrak weapon, it's going to be a lot better. Of course, the fact that we have to fight Voldrak while doing no damage is a little scary. Yeah, we do not want to do Gutworm yet. Yeah, exactly, Susie. Chosen Spalders plus Gargoyle Belt. Yeah, that's fair.
Well, I'll be. What do you want?
You know it's going rough when Durrani is actually a fight. Like, yikes on that. let's see if there's any other gear that's just better than what we currently have. It's slightly better, but we've got some nice resistances on that. Okay, so prismatic is just better than fire and cold because it's all elemental. That is a lot of enemies. I think we are skipping the death totem with the kind of damage we have on this build. Sell some gear. Almost everything we have is oh, we haven't rescued Luther yet. We should do that. We'll turn in the fabric. I made you replay Dishonored. It's such a great game. Yeah, well, you definitely can do high chaos. If I do the Dowd playthrough after, I might actually do just high chaos, Dowd murdering everyone. That was a bit of a slog. Oh yeah, we still need to rescue Luther. Let's go make sure we do that. Either we went by him or he's in this third location to the left. Let's try going left first. Yeah. So there's basically one totem that you can reasonably reliably get to. And you have to go a bit into Forgotten Gods for that, right?
Is it finished? The Warden's defeat is a... So you must be the eye before...
All right, we have decent elemental res, which is nice. Maybe we craft silk swatch before we go into Act 2. Good morning, Canadian guy. Welcome in. Two we call this school spring break or something, Viley. Um, just... And we have one serrated spike. May break. Hey, welcome in, Kibitz.
I cannot. So, you are in the Corvin Basin. The three go to the center of the.
The emissary.
Yeah, we're rocking like a very low level, just non-MI weapon. Oh, lovely. A reflect mob. The only good thing about the reflect mob is I don't know if we do enough damage for the reflect to matter. Alright, Aether and Elemental Res. Probably better. I'm gonna side with Salile, I guess.
I could hear the.
Ooh, May 3rd, you're going to Greece for 2 weeks. Very nice, Susie. Enjoy that.
You show promise, Lyle. The forgotten.
Serve the. So, the servants of an.
Okay, we don't. Apparently, we don't even have a medal yet. It's that's how things are. Unixie, welcome in. Yeah, Mighty of Mending is at least passable. That does sound lovely, Susie. Little jealous myself, but we've got a nice Caribbean cruise planned in October, and I'll be spending some time at my family's place on the Cape in August and September. Alright, we don't need to get surrounded by boars and die. So let's drop a portal here. We'll go get the next rift gate, and then we'll do the shrine as well. Required 21, required 18. So this is Shroud of the Boar is not great. Shroud of... Yeah, neither of those are good. Yeah, the nice thing about this cruise also is it's a repositioning cruise, and it's a repositioning cruise that leaves from about 45 minutes from where I live, which means that I get to just get on the boat and don't have to fly to the cruise. I just have to fly back home afterwards. Level 5 pants require 361 physique. That's ridiculous, Viley. And the Cape is just a nice change of scenery. It's a small cottage. It gets a little bit cramped with people, but you still get to go out to the beach. Dog loves being on the beach, so there's always that. James McKay. Yeah, I especially I like going and at a time where it's kind of getting into the off season. So it's like a week before Labor Day. It's still a little bit busy, which is fine for 1 week, and then after Labor Day, it gets a little bit quieter, which is there's still plenty of people there, but it means you can actually get into some of the restaurants and things that you want to go to. Give me enough people to be interesting, but not too many, but not enough people to make it hard to get into places I want to go, and I am very happy. All right, so 717. All right, that's kind of sad that we're getting excited over that damage, but you know what? We take what we can get at this point. And yeah, Susie, it does get a little crowded, but for you know a month or so, I can deal with that. Especially you know since the beach is there, it's rare. It's not. I'd say about at least 2/3 of the time. I'm either on the beach, I'm out somewhere, or other people, or I'm around, but other people are on the beach. So I end up getting plenty of alone time as well, which is nice. Yeah, Shirley has her own chair that she sits in outside. Oh, okay. Yikes. Hold on. I got the dynamite, so I think I'm just going to peace out of here, and I am not going to fight Balthazar. That's not worth it for me. She absolutely has. But yeah, sitting out on a patio, drinking a beer, hanging out with a dog. It's pretty great. Let's not die. If we had some life steal, this would go better. Do we have a... We don't have an unholy inscription yet, unfortunately. And it looks like we... Oh, we do have a frozen heart for this shrine. Perfect. Speaking of Shirley, I'm going to get this next rift gate, and then I'm going to let her out and give her breakfast. Take a short break. I guess we'll turn in the quest first.
Well, you were dear. We have to hit them hard and fast.
Okay, quick break for Shirley, and I'll be back. Shirley has been out and fed. We're back. Welcome in, Asamovi. Let's go fight Mini Voldrak. Ooh, gotta make sure these shamblers don't just yeet a rock at us from the distance when we're fighting Voldrak or mini Voldrak. Okay, requires player level 21. So if I decent DPS boost, nothing crazy. But yeah, we hit 21. That'll okay. We are at least probably 4 more levels to get to Deadly Momentum. Still don't have a medal, so Martin's Crest is going to be the first medal we get. You know, the RR is kind of interesting on this. It can't be that great, but This metal does basically nothing at all for us, but it does let us equip a movement rune, so there is that. We'll do the shrine and then we'll come back and click the totem. Okay, so sad story, but this random metal is better than Martin's Crest, so there we go. I've actually capped our elemental res, which is kind of impressive. We should probably throw some corpse dust on our rings for more health and some vit res. That seems like a good idea. Maybe an imbued silver on the weapon as well. Elemental to Aether, I don't think we care about too much. But aren't the incendiary ones just better? Hang on, the Ascended Shoulder Plates, Stormbox Distortion, we're not using Savagery, so... his shield is up, so we're going to ignore him for a minute. See how many shields he gets up because we don't do damage. I think he's going to get a second shield probably, but yep. I mean, I've seen worse Cronley kills. Vigorous of Alacrity. Plague Bearers of Alacrity. So what's a Cronley Signet even giving me? It's giving me a bunch of Pierce Res. And a bunch of attack speed. Laceration modifier I don't really care about, but okay, get the next Rift Gate, turn in some quests, sell some stuff. You two have seen Magifer runs. This is true. We've seen Magifer die to Cronley. I think he's finding his rhythm a little bit more, having gotten the first book out of the way, Misa.
Well, the world now that we're
Okay, 1 point blindside. Soft cap cadence.
come, friend, right to business.
Alright, sell some gear. I started doing that, and then I wanted to read the second book, so I stopped. This has Vit and Aetherez. Alright, so Fire and Lightning. Alright, so put this on for more Pierce Res. How much? It's only 11% Pierce Res. It's not that significant. Yeah, so this goes down to 55, right? Oh, then the spirit means we don't equip the ring. Okay, well, we can put a point in spirit for now. And keep the silk swatch, throw that here. Yeah, the third novel will be showing up at the library at some point, but I don't know when. Alright, I think, let's see, can we make a runestone and wardstone? There, we got 20, 10, and what's the other one we need? 14, okay, yep. And runestone. So we are going to put a runestone in the helm. That requires level 24, okay, that's fine. We have it for when we need it. Fair enough, Miso. Alright, well, I'm not going to bother with getting royal jelly. Yeah. I think if you can, yeah, in general, I think we discussed it. If you can read in the author's native language, it's always going to be best in that. Jeez, everyone is trying to pepper me with arrows. Oh. Have to kill the healer. This whole thing is for naught if we don't. Oh. Okay, let's try not to die. Yeah, I mean, I get not wanting to learn another language just to read a book, but like if I if I was willing to struggle a little bit, I could probably read slowly a French version of a book I've read multiple times. Like I could buy The Count of Monte Cristo in French. I've read it probably about 3 times in English, and I could get through it because I know enough French and I know the plots. But it would definitely be work. What's up, Master Halls? Welcome in. We might have some bleed damage or something. I'm gonna be a little more careful with the reflect mob. Working on Gore Drinker Master Halls. Dual wield Cadence with 60% weapon damage. Sure. Makes sense. Yeah, knowing English does not hurt, but and I imagine in some cases, if you have 2 people who know a bit of English but don't know each other's native language, that makes it easier to communicate. So there's also that. If I went to a country in Europe that wasn't France and the person didn't speak English, I would at least ask them if they understood French to have another avenue to try to communicate. And I wouldn't my French wouldn't be the best, but my French would be better than whatever my attempt at whatever language they were speaking would be. Yeah, Mandarin is incredibly useful, but the same reason I didn't learn Russian. I draw the line at learning basically. Mandarin's not even really an alphabet. It's its whole system of symbols. Like at least French, it's the same letters. Symbol based encoding. Yeah, that's a better way of putting it than I put it. Ooh, yikes! You hurt a little bit. Let's get out of there. There's a chance he'll drop a soul, which will make crafting Serenity easier later, but not sure, Kibitz. And we can take the yellow crossroads out now.
I sense turmoil within you. Farewell.
Well, this is going to be interesting. Fighting Voldrak in a melee build that does no damage. This could be where our run ends. Be prepared for that possibility. So the thing is, we can dodge. We can try to dodge the big slams. Maybe we can cluster strategically at the right moment, but His side swipe is sufficiently scary, and we're not going to be able to dodge all of those. Not if we want to actually do some damage to him. Yeah, we also... Do we still not have any... Oh, you know what? We have an Unholy Inscription that will at least give us some lifesteal. Not that that does us too much good if we just get one tapped, but... you know, we take the wins we can get. For purposes of this fight, do we take a little extra health? Welcome in, Mr. Tech. Cadence is soft capped. We have not gotten to deadly momentum though yet. Yeah, it's a challenge run until we get the item we need. Yeah. All right. Alright, this requires level 24, so we can't equip it even if we want to. It does... I mean... We're not going to switch out our Bone Crusher. Either we die the Voldrak or we get a weapon upgrade, hopefully. Yeah, could get RR with Markadreek, but... Do we even have Markadreek? I'm trying to keep track of the components we have. Can barely do that. Gets all jumbled together. Stick an ancient armor plate on the see if that tiny bit of armor absorption maybe saves her life. No, I have Assassin's Blade and Turtle so far. Alright, maybe we take Wraith and then go into Bear. And if we end up not needing the affinity from Wraith, we can undo that later. Bait that out. Superior of Alacrity. Requires level 24. Alright. Alright, so one more level will actually, I think, start to get a bit more damage. It's going to be a while before we get to take advantage of the new upheaval bonuses, because I think you have to go for Menhir's Bulwark. And Deadly Momentum are going to be more useful than upheaval. But yeah, between the Voldrak weapon, we'll have Bear soon. Like, this is going to start looking up.
Well, if it isn't by... I haven't been in... I came upon...
Oh, and yeah, I think we do Gallus rings unless we get one of the Fizz RR rings. Because, well, I mean, that's going to be more fun farming Gallus, but we do benefit from Mog Pact and Menhir's Bulwark. So it's hard to pass on those skill points. Reminds me of the pain of others. Does it remind you of my pain farming Gallus rings? Because I've definitely had my days. Whoa. Try not to die to random trash. That would be good. So poison does fizz damage as well, which makes it particularly lethal. Mighty of Vitality. Oh, it's plus to Overguard, so yeah, that's completely worthless for us. Superior of Alacrity for the Voldrak Kibitz, so pretty reasonable. We have 5 dynamite, so we can at least get through to Pine Barrens. Maybe we get a decent Bloodbriar amulet. Cooldown on Blitz is kind of nice but once we have Voldrak, it's not going to be essential. Yeah, it's not a cursed item. Given how long it takes to fight Voldrak, that would be really, really rough. Uh, no, it's level 24. So one more level and we'll get to equip it. Okay, level 24, we can finally equip an actual Cadence weapon. Let's see, so Cadence DPS is 1842. 2735. So that's a 50% increase in damage, and that's obviously without deadly momentum. Plus 4 deadly momentum is going to help. Mog Pact is also going to give us raw physical damage, so that might be worth. Hold on, let's see. Shaman. Okay, we need 5 points in Shaman for Mog Pact, but and Bulwark is just yeah. We're going to push for Bulwark, and then we'll do we'll get to Mog Pact. So it'll take a few more levels. Yeah, deadly momentum is more of a buff now. We'll have to see how much it actually buffs our damage. It's like a 50% damage buff once it goes off, since we have extra points in it. This is already starting to feel a little bit stronger, at least. Obviously, it's nothing spectacular, but alright, I think we can drop magic items. Oh, Magar drops a +1 soldier. Ami. So, puncturing of soul warding. It's not great, is it? Yeah, I think we're going to go Magara for a +1 soldier over Bloodbriar. I mean, let's see. Okay, Harmonious is flat health. It's only 81 health. That's not that big of a deal. The poison in Elirez is nice. Mostly the... although we're level 24, which means we can equip the Rune Stone, which will partly solve our poison res problem. And we'll get a bit more elemental res on... with a Rune Stone on an amulet or medal at some point. We just haven't put that on yet. So yeah, even the Magara, this requires level 32 though, so we're a ways away for this, unfortunately. But we got the Voldrak weapon, and it's a reasonable roll. Superior Alacrity is just for leveling, it's about as good as you can reasonably expect. End game, obviously, we're going to have to do a bit more farming to try to get a good roll, but Yeah, so both those amulets are 32. All right, we'll exit. We'll get the shrine, and then we'll turn in the quests. I'm not gonna bother with Tyrant's Hold at a normal.
See anything to hide?
These are probably an upgrade. Lose a little poison res.
Put it to good use.
Oh, of course we didn't get the venom. Alright. We're not speed leveling. It's okay. Alright, we're almost to the bulwark. And once we have bulwark, Mog Pact, and a Gaullus Ring or two, I'm going to be feeling pretty good about where we are. Wait. Okay, right, back to Dead Man's Gulch.
So how doomed. Good work.
These are
I wasn't sure you. I wish I'm going to.
I'll skip the pleasant. The Legion is split on two.
We're officially a warder. Hey, Marzola. Welcome in. Thank you for the bits. Good morning. Assume you're getting ready to start your rise and grind. And we got the giant emote. Very solid, always fun. Which one is that? Ah. Yeah. What are you playing today? More Final Fantasy or 'Very cool. Back to basics. The mainstay of the channel, as it were. Well, happy affiliate anniversary. It's been I lose track of the years. I know it's been at least a few, but .4 years, very solid. I think I'm three or I want to say I'm also four, but like I said, the years just blur at after a certain point. Melee Pierce Infiltrator with weapon procs. So yeah, Baranath is basically it. Yeah, at least you're dual wielding. Warped of Selile's Malice. Yeah. That basically sums up my Voldrak luck. if you're wondering if we're going to reset and kill him again, yes, we are. Also, what level ring is that even? Okay, it requires level 35, so for a while it doesn't even matter. I mean, we're not going to go crazy with Gauss farming on normal, but we're going to get something better than Warped of Solisle's Malice. Okay, now we go kill the amalgamation. I think we put an imbued silver on the weapon because we need the chaos res. Alright, now I have to try to remember where Gutworm is. He's south of Burrowitch, and there's a couple of spawn locations here, right? Okay, I think this was one location. Alright, I need to look up I know roughly where they are. I need to look up exactly where they are. It's been a minute. Smuggler's Basin. Okay, got it. So we go east of the Burwich Rift and south. There's a location, and then there's one way down. It's like, yeah, there we go. Okay, he does outlevel us a bit, but stanching of scorched ends. So that's what? Poison, chaos, bleed res. I mean, it's fine. It's a terrible roll, but it's better than what we have. And this is also level 32. We might try Gutworm again. I think yeah, let's turn in quests, and then we can reset. We'll farm what was it? Gallus, Mogara, and Gutworm, I guess.
There was much commotion. I see my scouts have reported.
Let's see. 3987. Yeah, it's like another 20% damage upgrade just for one pointing Mog Pact.
Two other. The one you call.
Alright, we'll make one imbued silver here. We put an anti-venom salve on the belt as well. Do we have... Yeah, we've got everything we need for that. Alright, so Bulwark is flat fizz, regen, healing effects, and absorption. I think we just put points in that. Alright, so Mogara, Gallus, Gutworm. See if you find some slightly better resistances or other other useful stats on their items. Noel White, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Level 35 will probably craft a relic. I'm leaning towards Juggernaut for OA plus Soldier and such. Okay, if Celerity isn't great, but Harmonious is... Well, okay, so basically this replaces my resistances mostly and does nothing else for me. But it does give Flat Fizz the Mog Pact and +1 Soldier, so it's still an upgrade. Alright. We'll use that. Let's go Gutworm second, and then Gallus. Okay, is he unkillable? Like, are we actually not able to do enough damage to kill him. That is absurd. Okay, what the hell? Like, we actually can't do enough damage to kill Gutworm. That is pretty pathetic. Alright. Well, we can still farm Gallus, I guess. We do have a Gutworm medal, even if it's a pretty lousy one. Probably have to just equip it and roll with it. How is our damage that bad? And that was our cluster too, so that's never ideal. Alright, let's go for Gallus. Okay, Imposing of the Void. Yeah, that's also pretty much garbage. We'll farm Gallus again. Gutworm we just apparently can't kill. Maybe has Menhir's Will or some other regen. It was just not happening. Yeah, devotion mapping can take a bit, especially if you're relatively new to it. I do think it's the devotion screen is one of the best things that they did in Grim Dawn, though. There's a lot of great stuff, but I think the way they balanced and created different devotion paths was pretty brilliant. Let's see if we can get something that's not of the void, right? Just double useful Gauss ring, please. Purging of Scorching, yeah. I'm not even picking that up. That's absolutely garbage. Oh well. Yeah, Grim Dawn 2 one day. Alright. We have 39 Chaos Res. That's really not ideal. I'm going to get the Sorrow's Bastion Rift, and then maybe we can farm some like flesh warped items. Pierce Elemental Bleed. We lose Aether Res. This is an upgrade overall. Stanching of Prowess is not great, but I think we ultimately are going to use this. I think Flesh Warp Plate Mail. I forget if that has native Chaos Res or if it's just Pierce, but if we can get a Flesh Warp Plate Mail, that would be good. I'm not going to go too crazy with farming this stuff, but All right. We have the. I am going to change out the helm or use the flesh warp cask. Actually goes a long way to fixing our pierce res.
Tinkering is my specialty.
All right, Bolvar is probably scary. Hopefully, we can avoid him. Do I have the dynamite to do this? I have one last dynamite. We might go through Cronley's lair again for dynamite. We could craft aether shards from aether crystals and all that nonsense, but I'd rather just do a quick, easy farm. Kubacabra, I'm guessing, the beast nemesis dude who splits apart. And nemesis mobs are definitely a pretty substantial step up from most of the other content in the game. Oh, so Moosey, yeah, he especially if you don't have freeze res, that's gonna be a rough fight, and he can hit pretty hard too. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. The only good thing about Moosey is he is incredibly slow, so if you don't want to fight him, you can basically just run away from him, and he's not going to ever be able to catch up to you. Yeah, we're not fighting you, Bolvar. 39% Chaos Res, that's a sketchier fight than I want to participate in. Oh, we never got the Malkadar's Remains quest, so gotta go to Sar's Bastion for a minute. DOM Donna Masteries, I haven't. I'm not really a huge mod person for the most part, with a few exceptions.
May the specter of
I know a bunch of the other Grim Dawn streamers have, though. That's right. Soldier gets its own armor absorption, which is nice. Okay, we're one level from being able to equip the +1 soldier amulet, so that will be good. Sword and board absolutely viable for shoulder. I think the most common way you would play that would be as a warlord. But there are also Death Knight's another, which is Soldier Necromancer's another one that's very good with sword and board. So Oathkeeper has support for bonuses for shield. Also has attacks that hit with with your weapon and shield. And just a general, very tanky, good melee-focused class. Necro has weapon pool skills that are pretty nice, and there's some gear that that works pretty well for Soldier Necro. It's it's a great game. It's probably my most played game of all time, so I'm obviously biased, but I feel you on the backlog. I have so many games that I haven't played. And then I do something like do another Dishonored playthrough instead of getting through my backlog. All right. Let's get away from the death crystals. Also, Kibitz, to be fair, 6K. But yes, that would be quite something. To have that many hours and not like the game. What do I put this on? I hate putting this on a weapon pool skill, but at least I'm going to do something to level it. We get some leech. Just it's better than nothing, I guess. And level 32, we'll be able to equip the Mogar amulet. Yeah, I'm the same way. At some point, I'm making no progress. I look something up because you don't want to get frustrated and burn yourself out. I mean, I will say some guides are better than others with respect to Grim Dawn, so there's always that, but I think the best guides will tell you not only what they're doing, but why they're doing it, so that as you're seeing how someone else is building a character, you can start to understand how the mechanics work and how different parts of the game come together. But I think Grim Dawn also lends itself well to being pretty good at being a game where there's a few basic principles that if you follow those principles, they'll take you pretty far without needing to get into specifics. Get you over here, maybe. Ooh. Get away from the crystal. Thanks for the follow. And okay. So level 32. All right. Harmonious of Celerity. Yeah, casting speed does nothing for us, but what are you going to do? It's a big damage upgrade. And we probably take the Gutworm Metal. We lose the Latherez, but we gain bleed and more poison overcap and a little bit of chaos, I guess. Yeah. Horrific roll on the Gutworm Metal, but that is life sometimes. All right, enjoy dinner. Appreciate you dropping by. I'll see you next time. Let's see. We have plus 8 to deadly momentum right now, which is pretty crazy. And let's see, 8,300 and deadly momentum procs. 12,000. We could do ultimately. This has +4 to upheaval, so we want to get up to upheaval. That requires what, 10 additional points in shaman, so put a couple points in bulwark and start moving down the list. Let's all right, so put a wardstone here. We have 1 seal of binding, so we can craft the black tallow, which will help with our chaos res. I think at this point it's the right call. Riftstone. Roiling blood. Ooh. Okay, so yeah, top row resists except pierce look good. Bottom row we've got poison. Sorry, bottom row bleed looks good. We've got Vit, Aether, and Chaos are all kind of around the same area. Let's go run Cronley again. We have at least a few core MIs now. See if Martin wants to drop some dynamite. Oh, if he does. Double dynamite. Thank you, Martin. We will go through here. We'll get some more dynamite, and we'll maybe kill Cromley too. Yeah, we'll go kill Cronley. Wait for his shield to go down. Mystic of Butchery. It's not interesting for me. Alright, let's go to Homestead, turn in quests, maybe try one more Gaullus run. Oh yeah, Juggernaut's going to require level 35. Of curiosity, what are the rare mats I need for that? Okay, 3 Tainted Brain Matters, Rampage, Oleron's Blood, Reinforced Shell. Rampage requires a blood, roiling blood, bristly fur, serrated spike. Well, I can craft Rampage and have it available for now. I mean, there's no reason not to have some relic equipped. And let's see, what did its roll? Plus 4 DA. That's not a bad bonus, is it? All right, let's find Gallus. Hey, Radical Sabbatical, welcome in. We already killed Gallus this run. Whoops. Well, that's unfortunate. I got distracted doing so much other stuff. I forgot that we hadn't reset the game. I'm going to skip Gallus for now and just grab a couple of Rift Gates. We may also... Yeah, we're going to see if we get some Drieg or Salile pants. That might be the most productive thing we can do in the closing minutes. 2 dynamite, no problem. Alright, so it's consecrated the board. It's level 36 because of consecrated, but that's still kind of okay. We can see what the Salile boss drops us. Our 62% chaos res is a lot better than what we had, so we should be okay down there. So far, we are doing pretty well. This is essentially SSF. I don't do a full account reset, so we don't have to find every blueprint again, but all the gear is self-found. We got the Voldrak weapon, Fleshwarp Cask, the Mogara amulet, Gutworm amulet. Some of them don't have great rolls, but we have most of the build-defining MIs in at least some form, so the initial slog before we got a good weapon and such is over. So it's looking a little better now. Where's the... Yeah. Theoretically, you can just name your save file something else and it will create a new save file. So that is a way to do it, but I also sometimes will alternate back and forth between SSF characters and other things, so it's not worth the inconvenience for me. Okay, resistant of blades, fire, poison, aether, elemental, bleed. Requires level 39. Oh, for God's sake. Wow. Blades is probably giving me a bunch of these resistances, but I think we just stick with the Dreeg Pants. We're not going to be able to equip them today, but can at least get another Rift Gate or two. And I think we want the Fleshwarp Plate Mail as well, which Fort Icon should have a decent supply of mobs that can drop it. Yep. Progress a little bit, so that we have less to do next time. Fanatics Overcoat. Health Chaos Res. We don't really care about Savagery, but interesting, maybe. Fleshwarp Bulwark. Worth seeing if they wanted to give me a drop, but they don't. Yeah, the easiest way to get to Elite is probably to just play normal instead of Veteran. I know some people like the challenge of Veteran, but like, I think if the goal is to get to Elite and Ultimate, then playing normal is going to give you an easier time of farming gear that you want to get yourself to that point. But I mean, obviously play the game the way you like to play it. There's not a wrong way of doing it, but I do think playing on normal, having access to being able to farm different items you want and make your character more powerful then you'll be able to typically handle a lead and ultimate a lot better. But veteran can definitely slow things down. Sheltering, flesh warp, plate mail. So that's cold res, counter strike, and oak skin. All right, that's not terrible. It's a horrible roll, but and it's a level 26 item, so we could equip it. I think I'm going to wait to try to get a better roll, though. Trying to do the challenge stuff. Fair enough. I mean, as long as you're having fun, that's what we're ideally here for. All right. Phantasmal Blades, Nightblade. Yeah, Phantasmal Blades is a fun skill. I did a SSF Phantasmal Blades Reaper with the crossbow that the undead guys drop.
Good. You've arrived at the site.
All right, we'll get the quest here. Read the lore notes. Radical sabbatical. Appreciate the follow. Thank you. And this is actually probably where we end today. We've had a good 4-hour run. I'll be streaming tomorrow morning at the same time. We'll be continuing this character. Let's see, who can we raid? I will try not to die. Thank you. It's always good advice on hardcore. I don't really know any of the Grim Dawn people who are playing Grim Dawn now. I don't typically love raiding folks I don't know. So think I'll send you guys over to Marzola. He used to play Grim Dawn back in the day until he rediscovered his love of D2R, which is a spiritual successor to Grim Dawn. So he's celebrating an affiliate anniversary today. So we will send you over his way. Appreciate everyone hanging out. And I will be back tomorrow, same time. Next weekend, I'm going to switch the schedule around. Now that the weather's getting nice, I'll be walking Shirley around in the morning before I start streaming rather than taking a midstream break for her. So we'll be starting at 8 Eastern on weekend streams next weekend. But tomorrow will be 6:30 a.m. again. We'll do that. And then Tuesday evening, usual Grim Dawn time, and then probably play some more Dishonored during the week. Take a couple weeknights off, and be back at it, continuing this character next weekend. So I think I've said everything I have to say. Oh yeah, this series as usual will be on YouTube, and okay, I'll send you guys to Marzola.
The worst happens, you can always go to a doctor.